people can hear my voice. And then let's dive into this. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today's going to be a special show. We are going to be painting a painting, or maybe even two, by one of my favorite artists. I know I say that all the time, but these are a lot of fantastic artists. They're my favorite artists. And perhaps by the end of today's show, Maud Lewis, the subject of today's show, will become one of your favorite artists too. We're going to dive right into it because I want to get to painting today. It's been a few days since we've had a chance to paint. And I want to show just a couple of quick little things right off of the top here. We'll talk about her bio in a second. There is, if you go to the description, video description below down there, you will see a Dropbox link, or a link to a Dropbox folder, and inside that Dropbox folder is, here we are, Maud Lewis. You click in here, and you'll see some files that you can download. There's the photos of the paintings, the finished paintings by Maud Lewis herself, as well as a JPEG version and a PDF version. So there's two paintings in there if you want to do both of them. So let's see. This is one of the paintings that we will do. And here is another one of the paintings that we will do. I'm going to try to get both of them done today. The main focus of the class will be this one, but this other one is maybe a little bit easier. So if you have some young ones around, or you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by this one, and I'm going to walk you through, I'm going to hand draw all of these, but if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed, then you can certainly go to this one, which I think is a little bit simpler. But you can see that I've also done a tracing of both of these images. So here's for the cat, and here's for the one with the two deer. So if you want to print out both of those and do the transfer process using some carbon paper, I've explained how to do this many times. So here's a couple of like the printouts, right? And then you can use some carbon paper or just scribble on the back to transfer those images onto the canvas. So that's an option for everybody out there if you're interested in using that process. The Andy Warhol class I did, I think I've covered it pretty fully, because there's not everybody is watching this show for the 34th time, or 33rd time, I guess today's episode is. Some of you are just joining me for the very first time today, so I want to kind of make sure people have an idea of how to access all of these different tools. So let's just kind of go a little bit. Next thing I want to show here is, I want to go to here. This is the Facebook, private Facebook class, or group for this class, which you can see images by students just like yourself who have joined. I'm trying to keep it fairly limited, so don't invite all of your friends unless they're actually making paintings in the course. And you can see here's Estera Terra has just begun the course, and she's working on her Matisse painting. And then if we go back all the way up here, we have a couple of people. Dolores, who finished the Thomas Kincaid painting from last week, right? So there's people who are right there with me painting live, perhaps, and there's people who have just started the course, which we began a few months ago. So this is a great way of kind of, especially if you're just beginning, to get a little bit of gentle encouragement, or strong encouragement, I should say, from your fellow artists who maybe are a little bit further along in that journey. So let's jump right into the artist of today, Maud Lewis. Who is she? One of the questions I just asked in the chat, I don't know where it is on your computer screen, is if anybody's seen the film Maudie, starring Ethan Hawke and Sally Hawkins, I think. My wife and I just watched it last night. I would recommend it. I don't know if my wife, I think she felt that it was a little bit intense. It is a little bit, man, Maud Lewis did not have the easiest life, and we'll talk about that as we go through here. But you know, it's intended to be it's a biography. There's a kind of romance in there, but it's pretty brutal. That, you know, she had to overcome many huge obstacles along the way to in order to make the art that has brought so many people so much joy, which is just remarkable. And I think about that. You know, we're living in some particular odd times at the moment, and a lot of people are understandably, justifiably, you know, struggling and losing their minds, quite literally. And here's someone who, by, you know, most measures, went through far worse experience in life than any of us have had to go through, and yet still managed to create such beautiful, timeless works of art. And so we'll get right into it here. So Maud Lewis was born in 1903 and lived till the age of 67 and died in 1970. She was born and raised in Nova Scotia, one of the eastern Canadian provinces, for those of you who are not familiar with Canadian geography. And she lived, as far as I know, almost her entire life within a very small, you know, geographical boundary, I guess. So she didn't really travel very far. Most of what she painted, or everything that she painted, was really the scenes, the rural scenes of the, you know, countryside and the animals that lived around her. She was born with I think it was like rheumatoid arthritis. I've heard of, like, I think juvenile arthritis, which I didn't even really realize existed. So we always think of arthritis as being something that people towards the end of their lives, or even middle-aged people, you know, which I'm very fast approaching, suffer from. But she had this challenge from a very early part of her life, and then had a spinal curvature, so you know, and then had emphysema because she smoked cigarettes and lived in this tiny little house that was burning wood all day long, you know. So, you know, she had a number of medical challenges. And if you see the Maudie film, or if you've seen any of the CBC has a few, which I'll talk about here in a second, links to some documentary footage of her. You know, she becomes this very small little woman who's kind of very inward, and she has to kind of hold her paintbrush kind of jammed in amongst her fingers. It looks super painful and awkward. You know, this is a time where there's not really much. You know, the idea of painkillers was, you know, I don't know, to be honest, what the story with that level of availability was. Maybe there was aspirin, but for people who are in much greater pain, there wasn't anything like that. So she used her art as a way of sort of maybe escaping from some of the challenges that she had. We'll get into her marriage, which is quite complicated. This is the memorial to her in, I believe it's in the same location where the house was originally located. So there's this kind of facsimile of the house, because the house that she lived in for the majority of her life was, you know, I think it's like 9 by 12 feet big, which is about the size of a small bedroom or a large bathroom for most people, you know, in, you know, Canada or England, USA in today's world. So she lived with this man who was a bit of an ornery fellow, maybe to say the least, in this very small little place, and also did all of her work in this little corner of the house. What is really neat is that house was, after the husband passed away, was dismantled and moved to the Nova Scotia Museum of Art, right? Is that what it's called, in Halifax? so you can go and visit the actual house there. So let's just take a quick little look at some images of her. Here's, you know, her standing outside of her house. You know, she would sell these paintings like directly from her house to passersby for $5 Canadian, which, you know, at the, you know, in today's money, you know, if you're talking like 1950s, 1960s, $5 would probably be around like $40, $50 or so, which is not nothing, but considering, you know, even there was a little bit of a like a black market of her work, and so people would buy her work and then, you know, sell it almost immediately afterwards for much higher prices. And of course her paintings now sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars each. And there is unfortunately quite a large fake Maud Lewis racket going around again on the black market. And you can see some of these paintings pop up on eBay, and it's like a little bit questionable as to how genuine some of these are. So if you're thinking about buying a Maud Lewis painting, you may want to see if you can get as much certification about it as possible. So just sort of a quick little scan of her art. You know, she's using very bright, almost, you know, very, not, I would say fully primary colors, but very saturated colors. Also lots of tinting of colors, meaning adding white into the color. I don't think that she's, you know, I read somewhere, maybe it was on her Wikipedia page, that she didn't mix her paint, that they came directly out of the tubes of paint that she was using. I've been looking at her work pretty closely. It looks like she was doing a little bit of mixing of the paint, because otherwise she would just have thousands of tubes. But it does look like she was probably not modifying the paint as much as maybe we have in class. But we'll talk about all of these things here. But I mean, like, these paintings, I mean, that's just a gorgeous painting. Like, her use of color is fantastic. And it's the more remarkable that she never, as far as I know, took any art classes. She was self-taught. I think her mother did show her how to do some watercolors. So she was, you know, maybe given some very, very basic introductory lessons, like the kind that people are given, you know, a couple of days in elementary school, right? But she was somebody who really took those lessons to heart. Let me see if we could just see a couple of quick images inside of her house here. So here's the house in the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, sorry. And here's inside. So she not only made all these paintings on small cards and small panels, but also painted like wall to wall inside of this little tiny house that she shared with her husband. So, you know, I just think this is super cool. Like, this is the kind of thing that, you know, I would love to be doing in our house right now. I don't know how my wife would feel if I just started painting all the walls and everything. But, you know, even the windows themselves. So, anyway, we could go on. I want to kind of point out a couple things. If you do a quick little, you can watch the movie Maudie on CBC. They have their own kind of streaming service called Gem, so you can Google it and you can find it. This is how my wife and I watched it last night. If you live in Canada, you can watch it for free. It does show some annoying ads every 30, 25 minutes or so. But you can also pay for subscription. I think it's like $5 a month. And of course, if you live in the States or elsewhere on Earth, I'm sure there's other streaming services that show it. But I would recommend it. I thought it was a good movie. My wife found it quite depressing because her life story, quite frankly, is pretty intense. And, you know, would it have made more sense for them to have Angelina Jolie starring in it, and there'd be car chases and all this kind of stuff, and you know, it just wouldn't have been the right story, right? And in fact, looking at Rotten Tomatoes afterwards, looking at some of the reviews, some people were like, oh, it's not, you know, it doesn't fully, you know, describe the intensity of some of the things that happened to her. and you know, other people saying it's too intense, and you kind of think, well, you know, at some point the story, I think, deserves to be told, so we kind of have to make some compromises. Just thought I'd mention this. This is the new set of postage stamps. There's actually 3 different sets of them. I didn't buy them all because we're not really mailing too many things these days anymore, but this is the brand new Canadian postage stamps featuring Maud Lewis's art on there. Slightly, I didn't even know this was happening until just like last week when I went to mail off some Christmas presents, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's cool. Oh, I better get one of these to show people. So I used to collect stamps all the time, and if I did, I mean, this will probably still go into a box in the house here where I keep things like that. But anyway, let's get right into it. Let's get some paints out. Okay. Wow. So, looks tons of comments there in the chat. So let's take a look at that in a second. I'm just going to get all my materials out. I mentioned many times that one of the things I like to do is use some gesso on the canvas. So I've pre-gessoed these 2 cheap boards that I ordered from Amazon. If you want the links to buy these exact ones, they should be in the video description below. So you could buy those. And they are a little bit better than the cheap ones you get at the dollar store, and you only pay an extra $1 for each one anyway, right? So I'm going to just use really quickly a little bit of sandpaper just to sand these down after I've gessoed them. And one of the things, well, let's see. Okay. So one of, I would encourage you to be painting on a fairly smooth surface for today's class, because that was kind of how Maud Lewis painted. She painted often on cardboard or on like a plywood veneer, a luan, the kind of things that you would use to make like a door frame, and found wood, which is we'll talk about. Okay. So her husband, despite his faults, and you know the film kind of hints at it, but there's, and I don't know exactly for sure, but it does seem like he was an abusive fellow. I don't know how much or if it went on for their entire relationship, but at least at the early outset of their relationship, he seemed to have been a pretty nasty fellow. The Maudie film sort of tries to make him, kind of redeem him towards the end, where, you know, he kind of comes around and is nicer towards her at the end. You know, it's one of those things where you just think like, man, this poor woman and all the obstacles that she had to face during her life. But again, that's the reality. Okay, so I'm gonna get some paint on here. Let's. I'm pretty much gonna use all of the paint. Now, again, one of the things that I read is that she's painting directly out of the tube, which is, you know, and so the idea being is that she would get like 30 different colors or something, and then she's squeezing those 30 different colors into these little jars that she had, and which is actually, you know, depending on the kind of painting you're making, if you can, well, I don't know. I was going to say, you know, it could work. I would just really discourage that type of process. And obviously, I would encourage you to use paint in the similar sort of way that I've been teaching throughout the course, because then you can certainly save a lot of money. You're not going out and buying green and purple all the time because you can mix them yourself. And I think you can also just get a little bit more variations in color. Although, you know, again, if you're using, you know, the same green right out of the tube, then you're going to have a greater consistency of those colors from painting to painting to painting, which is maybe one of the features of her work. You know, there's a certain kind of blue that we see over and over and over again. Excuse me. And I suppose it's kind of nice to be able to get that, but it's, as we've been doing over the past, what, almost 3 months now, it's not too hard. Once you kind of know how to mix the colors, especially if you're just mixing two colors together, it's just a matter of a little bit more or a little bit less than that. Of course, it gets more complicated when we, let's say, mix a brown, and I've shown you many different ways to mix a brown, but it's also nice to be able to know that you can get different browns if you need them. You don't just have that one brown that you got to work with. Okay, so let's dive in here. So I'm just quickly scanning through some of those comments. I don't have a chance to read all of them here as we go, but it looks like Jen's saying, yeah, a lot of the paint she used was house paint. That's, I sort of got that impression looking, even just at her work. Like, let's say if we look at this painting, these paintings look like there was a particular kind of shine, reflective quality that that kind of house paint has, because it's, you know, there's often materials in there that make it super weather and light resistant, or, you know, weather resistant and resistant to fading. That's light fast, right? And so that because if you're going to paint your house or your barn or whatever, you don't want to have to go and paint it every few months, because the paint is peeling off and the color goes from, you know, bright red to, you know, a pink within a few months, right? You want it to be able to last for at least 1, 2, 5 years, right? So that's one of the qualities of house paint, is it's generally much thicker than the kind of, well, how to describe it? It's thinner in a way than the paints that we're using, which we would call like heavy body acrylic. And so these heavy body acrylics, you know, if I turn my palette upside down, that paint, well, it does blop off, but, you know, that's me waving it around. But for the most part, you know, it can stay upside down like this for a while, right? Versus if I took some paint on like a bucket and I held it upside down, well, it'd be all over the floor, right? So they have totally different properties. Another thing that house paint does is it usually self-levels. So if you do get brush strokes in it, the brush strokes will be there immediately, and then after, you know, a couple of hours, it kind of flattens out, so the brush strokes kind of disappear. And there'll be a whole other host of things that will come to mind as we go here. Let's just rescue a little bit of this paint. Okay, so let's get right to it. I am going to eyeball these paintings onto the canvas rather than using the tracing method, just because it seems to me to be a little bit more in sync with maybe the way that she actually worked. If there was some sort of process to transfer images onto canvas, I don't think she would have bothered to use it, just because I think she, you know, just wasn't really a concern of hers, quite frankly. Okay, so let's take a look at, we'll do this one. We'll get this one started here. And this one might be a good one for some of the younger people in your house to help you with. So what I like to do is divide the canvas in half to help find the middle. All right. And in the image here, the middle is right about here, right? So the way that I would draw a cat to get it onto the canvas is, let's say we have the head right up here. And then let's do an oval shape for the body. Okay. Let's get some ears on here. And let's say this is the nose. We'll kind of put the nose right in the middle of this circle. And a couple of these big eyes. A little mouth like that. Now this cat's got a kind of funny haircut, right? It's got this little V shape, right, or A shape, depending on which side you're looking up and down. I'm not even going to worry about kind of doing many of the details, or we could put quickly the whiskers where they would go. And then we've got some feet down here, and then this black tail down there. The way we actually paint this, we can add some of those the fur on the edges as well. As for like the flowers, maybe I'll just quickly kind of draw some shapes here to help plan out where they'll go. Now you could put these in whichever kind of order you like. Okay. Notice how I'm not going into all the detail here. I just want to kind of figure out where they would roughly be. I'm trying to sort of get roughly in where they would go, but you could even avoid, this process of laying those out and just do them right at the very end. But I know some people like the drawing process because it just kind of helps them. They kind of feel like there's a little bit more structure to the painting process. Again, we could very quickly draw some branches on here. I'm not even going to, at this stage, draw the leaves on there because we'll paint over all of this. And same thing with the white little leaves or flowers on there, I guess, right? They're flowers. So, maybe one more. Okay. Oh, and I forgot it looks like there's the horizon back here. So let's say kind of maybe halfway between the ears and the top here is this horizon. You see how it just went right over top of those these tree branches, because we're going to paint over all of it anyway. All right, so we got that one ready to go. So we can do some painting on this in a minute. If you feel like you drew a little bit too dark with these lines, then you can just take an eraser and you can go over some of these pencil lines and lighten them up a little bit. Oops. But again, we're going to paint over it all, so you don't have to worry about whether those lines show back. In fact, I'm going to draw them back in just quickly here. I just know that having taught this class many, many times, some people get very anxious about stuff like that. So, okay, so you can see, look how we did that in what, like 4 or 5 minutes. Very simple kind of sketch for that. So I'm going to put that aside for a second and just grab another canvas, and this is going to be for the other painting. Right, so if you're painting along with a child, for somebody who wants to learn how to paint. I'd also say that if you were transcribing this, you wouldn't have to, again, put all of these details. You could just put in the same amount of detail as I put in mine, right? So you could just, where these go, you wouldn't need to draw all of these leaves and all this little detail up here. It would be just enough to get the basic structure down. I put it all in there because I was thinking maybe somebody just wants to print it off and use it as like a coloring book for a little kid. Maybe you've got a little child. It's like, oh, you don't want to give them too much paint because it's going to get all over the place and what a big mess. But hey, print this out, give them some crayons and let them go, and they'll have a great time while you're making your painting. Okay, so let's go to here. Here's kind of just the version that I did. And let me see, I'll just make this a little bit smaller. One small little change I did is because this painting is square format and this version is a little bit more rectangular, you can see I just sort of stretched things out a little bit. So this water that kind of ended behind these trees in her version, I've just stretched it out so it goes a little bit wider. But, you know, again, whatever you want to do for your painting, it's totally up to you. So maybe I'm just going to leave this version up on the screen. And so where would I begin right here? Well, let's do the same thing. Let's just divide it in half and then into quarters. Roughly the middle of this picture is somewhere right around here, right? So if I put this water feature kind of going all the way across and then kind of zigzagging like that, got one thing out of the way. Let's put these deer in right here. So if I just think to myself, I'm just going to quickly, this is where I want them to kind of fit into this space, right? I find that kind of be a little bit helpful. So we've got the neck for this one is going to be kind of like this shape. All right, and then we've got body, two bodies here. And then their feet. Well, I guess she has them all kind of on the same. Oops, what am I doing? Okay, here, let me just fix that. I'm kind of going off in my own world here while I'm drawing away. 1, 2, 3, and then she's got the other one spaced out. That's clever. And then a tail. Let's do that again. 1, 2, 3. Good, my one leg is wider than the other. That doesn't matter. Okay. I guess these should kind of taper up a little bit, right? Same thing here. Okay, so I'm just gonna clean that up a little bit. And this one's got some horns. Again, I'm not gonna do much effort there to draw those horns. Next thing is what? We've got a big tree. I'm just gonna, let's say, draw a triangle there. And then we'll have this tree trunk going right down here. Alright, one big tree there. And these branches, again, I'm going to do that at the very, very end. So I'm not even going to bother describing that much. And then we have a shadow coming off that way. I guess hers goes maybe a little bit more like that. And if you want, you could even write her name in here. Okay, and then I've got another set of trees in here, so maybe I'll draw a couple of triangles. Right, and these are right. We don't have to worry about. You can see all of that. We'll do later as well. Then she's got 2 trees here. And then another tree over here. I'm just going to extend my little water. Okay. And then they create a shadow. Okay. And these shadows are sort of, if we look at the original here, kind of going in some funky directions, right? They're not necessarily obeying the quote unquote proper way that these shadows should be going. You know, if we have one single source of, let's say the sun is right here, these are going in the right direction, but this is getting a little bit awkward. So it's up to you. Do you want to try to fix her mistakes, or do you just want to kind of go with it, embrace what she's done? If you wanted to kind of fix her mistakes, then we would actually expect these shadows to be, if this one's here, then just like the perspective lesson in the drawing class, if anyone you've done that, that these shadows would start going off in these angles. But again, what, like, is that important to you? Right? If it's not important to you, then you can just disregard it. Totally up to you. So let's say this, if this was, let's go back to this one here. If this was the middle, then we have these houses kind of right up here. And I'm just going to draw. She's actually done a pretty good job with perspective. Now that I was going to kind of quickly draw them in, but she's you know, it's kind of like just drawing this right now, I think to myself, you know, she knew a lot, maybe more. Like, there's this idea of her just being a totally outsider artist, and outsider art is usually meant to describe somebody who has absolutely no formal training, sort of just comes out of nowhere, and sort of like this savant, right? Genius. As I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, you know what? Not that she, I suspect she had any other education, but I think she was just very observant. And in some of the documentary stuff I've seen of her, you see lots of images that she's got taped up and nailed up around inside of her house, like all these old calendars. And so I think she was obviously looking at those quite a lot. Like, just to do houses like this, you know, the first thing I just did is I drew kind of like a little kid's house. And her drawing these houses in 3/4 angle like that, by which I mean, so if we have a house like straight on like this, it's pretty straightforward to draw something like that. But if we turn it a little bit on its side, then we have these 2 planes that we're drawing here. And then, of course, you put a triangle on the top for the roof, and things get more complicated kind of quickly. Also, you can just, well, I was going to say you'd see the shadow, but I don't think it'll work. Okay. So here we go. We've got our drawings kind of set. We've got 2 paintings here ready to go. Just reading a couple of the things in the chat there. Maybe I'll leave this up just while I do this, for anyone who's still sketching their artwork out. Let me go up to Wow, look at all these comments. So we got people from all over the country, all over North America here chiming in from across Canada. That's great. Good to see all of you guys again. Jean says, I'm so happy you're going to paint a Maud Lewis painting. Maud was a Nova Scotian, the province I live in. I look at her work and her state of health and the hard life she had and wonder how she could paint such beautiful pictures with almost nothing. I think that's, you know, one of the remarkable things is this. We'll sort of talk about it because of the humble nature of her life, and well, we'll get into it as we start painting here. Sorry, I'm not rambling on. She says, Jean also says, the house she lived in was about 8 feet by 10 feet. At times she would paint on just pieces of wood she could find. The house of the Nova Scotia Art Gallery is a film on Netflix. I didn't see it on Netflix, but that's Netflix Canada, which is generally quite limited anyway. Shelley says, I'm so excited to see her pictures in person here in Kenora. Oh. It will be a great to be able to experience that. Is there a show going through Kenora? That'd be cool. Jean says, I've read her life story, which was written by her relatives and tells of the abuse that she suffered from Everett, her husband. And Karen says, this artist is totally new to me. Isn't that cool to kind of learn about somebody brand new? Okay, so let's get right into these paintings. How do we approach art by this artist? Maybe we'll start off on this one really quickly so we can get it going pretty quick. One of the things, because Maud Lewis is painting with house paint, it is super opaque, especially white house paint. You know, you can paint that right over top of graffiti on your back fence, and depending on what the graffiti was done with, it will almost entirely obliterate whatever was there, right? White paint, even the paint we use, is pretty good for covering up things, but if you've ever used white house paint, it is a great cover-up paint, right? So she could paint anything and then paint white at the very end, and so she wouldn't really have to worry about colors coming through. So there's not a lot of, the way that she's painting is very different than maybe we've painted many of the paintings we've done so far, in which we've been putting down one color, like a warm yellow and a cool yellow, and then kind of painting other colors on top. So the question in my mind approaching today's class is, do we want to paint these paintings like Maud Lewis painted them, or do we want to continue the lessons that we've been learning and just use Maud Lewis's compositions and subject matter as inspiration for those paintings painted in a different method? I'm going to suggest we kind of split the hair down the middle a little bit, and because again, you're probably not going to be painting with house paint, so we're not really going to be able to get the same effects that she was able to do. So at the same time, I'm going to simplify things in the way that I think will get us about as close to the same results as possible. Okay, so with this painting here of the cat, you know, what I'm going to do is lay down, a blue and a green. Although, you know, it would be, part of me wants to really lean into, you know what, I'm going to suggest we continue going on with what we've been doing so far, and I think we're going to get really good results, and it's not going to be too different. It just might add a little bit of extra spice to these paintings. Okay, so let's do this. I've been going back and forth over the past few days, so It's entirely possible that I'll prove myself completely wrong here, but I think we can do this. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down a warm color. I'm going to take this warm yellow. I'm just going to get a little bit of warm red, and again, this is going to be a little bit different than how she would have painted, but I think we're going to get some cool results. So I'm just kind of making a bit of a peachy orange here. And if I can find my eyedropper, here we are. So I'm just going to fill up this eyedropper. I don't recommend you go out and buy an eyedropper. I just do this just so people can see how much water I'm literally dripping in here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like 9 little drips of water in here, just to kind of, because we're going to put a little wash on. Let's say we'll put them on both of these paintings. The same kind of color, right? Which just, oh, I didn't even show you what I was doing, but you think you saw. So I put like a few 9 drops of water into this with warm red, warm yellow, and a little bit of white. All right. So in fact, let's get even a little bit more water in here. That way we can just spread this paint a little bit further, so that this is probably like 20 drops of water. So it become a lot more fluid, and it should go a little bit further. And then I'm just kind of scrubbing this paint out here. Okay. And then let's just quickly paint this whole thing in here. And remember to get the edges of the painting. So this is going to result in a nice kind of warm quality coming through the painting. And her paintings have a lot of warmth. And if she had had the opportunity to go to school or take any formal training, she would have learned a technique like this at some point anyway. So I'm sure down the road somebody will vilify me for, taking this great artist and trying to use a highfalutin art technique to execute it, but okay, so here's one. I've got this one done. So I put that aside and let that dry. And I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I just need a little bit more paint in order to do it. So let's just get a little bit more of the warm yellow. And just a little bit of white. That white is just going to help keep this a little bit brighter, right? So that the white of the canvas kind of shows through a little bit so it doesn't get too dark. Okay, let's just get some water in here. Okay. I don't know if that eyedropper is actually helpful or not. It's still kind of just, it's like a chef who just can't be bothered to use the measuring cups. Okay, so let's just take this . And you know, as I'm thinking about it, she was painting often on cardboard and found wood, like plywood that, you know, that her husband Everett would, you know, pull off. Like he looks like, if you've seen videos, he's like kind of guy who, like my grandfather was, and a lot of maybe men of that generation, would just sort of, they would, you know, be driving around with their pickup truck and see some old broken down thing or dumped on the side of the highway. My grandfather lived most of his life in Saskatchewan. He was a farmer and a teacher and had a great collection of rotten wood. You know, just a bunch of stuff that was, I ended up unfortunately taking to the dump because it had gotten, you know, it was all rotten. I mean, no other way to put it. But I don't know what it is with men and hoarding wood. I'm sure my wife listening right now is like, what is it with you? Because I've got a bunch of scraps of 2x4s in here. I don't know. I guess I'm waiting for the apocalypse, and I'll be able to build some handmade toys or something for our daughter. Anyway. Okay, so we've got these. So, sorry, what I was saying is that this this color that I've just applied, which is similar to the way we approached virtually all of the paintings over the last couple of months, because for the first few we started just painting on white canvas, and then we started learning a little bit of this technique to put down a underpainting or a wash to kind of get started. So this kind of orangey, kind of brown paint, just like this, is not too far off from the color of cardboard or plywood or found wood. Right, so maybe you know, this is a little happy accident, as Bob Ross would say, who we're going to be painting by in just a few days on our New Year's Eve painting session. I hope you join me for that. Deborah says, be careful, Michael. My husband drives around with our van and collects stuff. I know. Ugh. I think before this whole pandemic situation, you know, whenever my wife and I would go somewhere, I'd just be picking up brochures and getting her to put it in her purse, and she's like, ugh, like, I think that's she stopped carrying her purse around and just keeping her wallet in a pocket, I think because she just got tired of me jamming things in there all the time. Like useless brochures. She's like, you're never going to read this. And I'm like, no, but I can use it as like to cover the table when I'm painting, and I can, you know, she's like, no, it's just going to go right into the recycling box. Okay. So these are still a little bit wet. I should have brought the dryer back down here. Okay, but we can start kind of thinking about what colors and how we're going to mix these colors on next. Okay, so let's see. Which one want this view here? So the next colors we're going to put down, we'll put down a cool blue in the background. Right, because the background up here, maybe I'll just kind of wave this around gently here. If I also was in a really big hurry, one of the things I could do, let's see if I got a clean rag here, is you could also just take a rag and kind of just gently going over it to kind of pick up or spread out any paint that is still a little bit sticky. And since we're going to cover all of this, you can see there's a little bit of paint came off there, not much. But this will also speed up the drawing because it's also spreading any paint that is still wet out, right? So it gets a little bit more oxygen. So we'll paint a cool blue in the background with a little bit of white. And then we'll paint this green down here in the bottom, which looks like a bit of a warm green anyway. All right, so we'll use warm blue and warm yellow, the same one we just used here for the green. So let's get a little bit more yellow there. Okay, those ready. Still a little bit sticky. Makes me a little nervous to paint on this here. So I'm just gonna look through some of these comments. Oh my goodness, look at all these comments. Lori is just joining us for the first time live. Hi, Lori. Great to have you here with us in while we're doing it live. Deborah says, we learned about her in grade school, and that was some time ago. Oh, also Grandma Moses, yes, was another sort of self-taught artist. Yeah, you could say Maud Lewis would be sort of the Canadian Grandma Moses. I don't know really that much about Grandma, besides her artwork, I don't really know much about Grandma Moses' biography, although if I recall, Grandma Moses didn't start painting until she was in her, like, 70s, I think? Or 60s, so she came to painting quite late. From what I know about Maud Lewis, she learned how to paint when she was young, but didn't really have very many opportunities to paint until after she got married. The film Maudie sort of makes it look like she didn't start painting at all until after she moved in with Everett, but Shelley says there's apparently a show of Maud Lewis going across Canada right now, and they're in Thunder Bay. Oh, there you go. That makes sense of why the postage stamp came out in 2020 of all times. Lori says she has a friend that has a print or an original. His mom bought it at a roadside stand. This is before she got famous. Well, that roadside stand would have been likely Maud Lewis's actual house. Because I think that's where, I mean, I don't know of any other road stands that were selling her work, unless it was, I think some of her work was on sale at a local, like, grocery store as well. Okay. This is not as dry as maybe I would like it to be. I could rub my hand all over it, but I can still feel it's a little bit tacky. So I am pushing my luck to start painting on it at this stage. A quick little go over with the hairdryer would work, but let's just start attacking this painting. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my cool blue. I want to try to avoid any of this other red that I got in there. Taking some white. And my cool blue, and let's mix this together. That's a nice color. Now remember, when I paint it on here, it's going to get a little bit darker, just because of that warm yellow. So I'm just adding a little bit more white onto it. Okay. So and one thing, if that paint, so you see it's a little bit still a little wet underneath there, which makes me nervous because you can kind of reactivate some of that paint if it's still drying. And then you can end up with like a brown. So all of this is a bad idea, Michael, to keep going back and forth over it. So I may even go over this again just because I'm because that wasn't fully dry as much as I would have liked it to have been. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do here is paint this the green down here. And I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to take my warm blue and my warm yellow. I've just moved it over here just because I have this big patch of paint. Right, so I just moved it over here. I'm just going to mix these two together, warm yellow and warm blue. And just really quickly wash my brush. Okay. So likewise, I'm also just going to put a little bit of white in there, not too much. And let's see how this works on here. Okay, and you know what? I'm just going to also dab my brush in this water. Not a lot. I just want this paint to go on quick and thin. Okay. Okay, I may have to do a little bit more of that after it dries. Just gotta mix a little bit more for the top here. Okay. So this kind of thing where I'm mixing the paint halfway through is a little bit scary for people because they're just like, oh no, what if I don't get the exact same color? It's slightly darker. First of all, I wouldn't worry too much about getting it perfect. You could always just mix it again and paint it again elsewhere. But I also think it's a really good lesson to learn how to mix that paint a second time. So, I think these colors are fine if I wanted to start painting on it. I'm gonna put down I have to wait for this to dry anyway before I do anything. So part of me is thinking about actually doing another coat of these in a second here. Letting this dry and then doing another coat. Just because I think that green and the grass could be a little bit brighter. Okay. So let's go to this painting. We'll start tackling that. Now the sky, I've got that color almost right there already. So I can kind of I could maybe put a little bit of yellow in there if I wanted. Same thing with the water. So let's tackle, what should we do here first? I think what I want to do is I'm going to start painting the white everywhere. And then after that, I'll paint some of these trees in. Interesting. Now, what we're looking at on the screen is actually a print made based on the original. Let me see if I can actually find the original image here really quickly. She also made a number of copies. So this could be a little bit interesting here. If we just open this up, I'll slide this across. And just see if we can just learn a little bit about how she painted these. So you can kind of see that there's this, a little bit of a halo. That looks like this is the board that it was painted on. Alright, so this looks like a piece of cardboard or something that she painted this on. So she's painting like colors side by side without too much layering of paint. Let's see, here's another version. It's a little pretty pixelated, hard to see from there. This is better. All right, you see these? And here's another. So she painted the same painting multiple times, obviously, right? So it looks like she did use like a cream-colored surface, like a eggshell kind of paint, which is interesting. You know, it's different than this, right? Because this is a print that was, you know, towards in like the last 10 years of her life, as she started becoming really well known, she licensed this guy in Nova Scotia to make like Christmas cards and make multiple copies of hers, just because the demand was so high, and obviously as she was getting older she just wasn't able to keep up with the demand. So this is actually quite, I think, helpful for her. Okay. Anyway, let's what should we paint first? You know, I'm going to work my way from the top, actually. I'm going to take some of this cool yellow that I've got, and I'm going to put some of that in the sky. Let's put a little bit of white in there. Just going to dilute it with just a little bit of water. Okay, and I'm just going to run this over see I'm being a little bit sloppy and kind of going over a bit of the hills, but I'm going to paint those hills a different color anyway, so make that there. Okay. It's a little bit obviously cooler than her sky. Her sky still has this warm orange to it, but I'm also just want to also try to keep some of what we've been learning in our class in these paintings. Okay, so let's now, I'm going to wash my brush. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some white down for snow. Now, because I've got this, let's see, because I've got this warm orange peachy color down first, I can pretty much paint white right over top of it, and some of this warmth is going to come through. I could also potentially even add a little tiny bit of cool blue in there, because snow is cold, right? I could potentially paint that also with a tiny bit of blue in there, and I think it would still work as well. But, so, let me see. This is, I mean, what I'm doing right now, you'd see me, my mind, you could probably see the wheels in my mind kind of grinding around as I'm thinking about how I want to approach this painting. And I think it's maybe, hopefully, helpful for you to see that, in that there isn't one way to do this or any other painting, right? That there is infinite ways to approach a painting. And so what I'm trying to do is trying to think through which direction, how do I want to get from A to Z, right? You know, it's like if you're planning a road trip, do you want to just get there as quickly as possible? You know, you're just going to get in the car and you're going to drive there, you got your snacks all packed, you're wearing a diaper or whatever, because you don't have to pull over, your gas tank is full. Or do you want to take your time and sort of maybe go the scenic route and stop every you know, a couple of hours and stay in bed and breakfast and blah, blah, blah. So, and then I think, okay, I probably would paint this painting very differently at this stage of our course than I would at the very beginning, right? If we did this painting was maybe the first or second class, I certainly wouldn't use this warm color to start. We would just like we did the Matisse painting, just start painting, right, on the white surface itself, and I would just paint white or maybe a mix of color for the white and do everything kind of like puzzle pieces. Anyway, so let's just start painting some of this white in here. So I'm going to paint around all of these shapes, and I don't have to worry about being too careful. I also, you can see I had this blue here from before. I'm allowing it to just kind of gently intrude into my color. So there's a little tiny bit of cool. So this is not just a pure white. There's a little bit of blue, cool blue on the palette mixing in here. Again, because I've got this warm color underneath, it seems to kind of, I think it'll be just fine. In fact, I'm just going to go right over top of these legs, and we'll paint those legs in separately. And, you know, well, the question would be, should I paint the shadows or not? You know what, in this case, I'm going to just do what I'm doing right here, but I could see there would be some people who would paint all of this color and then paint those kind of very bright shadows on afterwards. But I think this will work just well. Okay. You know, I'm just going to give a little tiny, sometimes a little bit of snow underneath these shadows that she's got. So I'm just going to emulate that a little bit. You know, if I was in a hurry, I would probably not bother painting around some of these trees in the way that I'm doing right now. Oh, I think I'm going to have a guest. I have a guest painter coming for a little surprise visit. Okay. We have to see what your painting looked like when we take off all that tape. What I'm up to. Oh, there's a little bit of that cool blue made it onto my brush. That's all right. I think. Okay, so I'm just going to move this out, put that paintbrush in there, and I'm just going to take a couple seconds break here, because if you recall, for the past little while, my daughter and I have been collaborating on a Bridget Riley painting, and it's time for us to peel off the tape and to see what that painting looks like underneath. So this time we won't have to, hopefully won't have to do any cleaning up afterwards, unless my hands are a little dirty. Should be fine. I just want to make sure I don't have any paint here on the surface. Okay, make sure Daddy's hands got nice dry. Okay. Oh, here's my little chicken. Okay. You ready to see the painting that we made? Painting we made together? Okay. So we got your flashlights. Let's sit you down under here. Do you remember? You remember doing this with me? Look at these. Whose fingerprints are these all over there? Okay. Now, one thing is this paint has had like about 3 or 4 days to dry. So sometimes, if you let the paint take that long to dry, it can be a little bit tricky to get the tape off, and sometimes you might need a razor blade to do this. Right, you can see it a little bit. Well, we'll just peel it all off really nice and quickly here. You can see yourself in the TV there. What are we doing, Daddy? Yeah, you're the star of the show. Okay, let's just kind of peel and peel and peel all this off. Look at all of this. Tape, 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 tape everywhere. So this could be a bit of a longer process. Oh, you got a pencil. You got an eraser. So this would have gone much faster if I tried to peel this tape right after we did it, but if you saw the episode, when did we do this? What was I painting? She got quite messy and got paint in her mouth, and so the priority was cleaning her up rather than peeling this tape off. So you can see how some of this paint is, or the tape is a little bit stuck on there. Did you take a bite of the eraser? Mmm.
She made a very disgusted face. I think she got pieces of eraser.
Uh-huh. Well, then maybe you want to eat an eraser again. So, I'll try it a few more times before I make an official decision as to whether erasers are on or off the menu. Look at all this tape. Okay, are we almost done? See, there's a few little places here where we can pick at. Do you remember working on this painting? I think that's all the tape that needs to come off. I'm bored, Dad. So, here we are. Here's this Bridget Riley painting that we began. I began this during the demonstration of the Bridget Riley painting, and then of course we ran out of time for me to finish it. Then the following episode, we did a couple of coats on this one, and then I did another one from scratch during that entire session. But this is what it looks like. That is really cool. Yay! Wanna play with it? Yeah. Look at this. This is our first collaborative artwork. First of many, hopefully, right? Yeah, all the paint's dry now. There we go. Okay.
It looks great.
I'm quite happy with that. What do you think?
Have a
Yeah.
great class, everybody.
Okay. We will send you back with Mommy. You like this one, don't you? Right? It was fun getting our hands covered with paint. Okay, kiddo. Okay, see you back to
class.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Bye.
Okay. So, thanks for indulging me there. I just, that's been sitting here past a little while waiting to be painted on, or to be peeled off. And that takes a lot of restraint to withhold the urge to peel that tape off. But I did want to show you that just like the Maud Lewis painting we're working on today, that it can be a lot of fun working with a younger person on an artwork. Whether you've got really young kids like our daughter who's just 16 months old, or you have a 5-year-old or a 20-year-old, or maybe you've got a 40, 50-year-old son or daughter, right? Okay, so let's get back to this. Where were we here? So, what I want to do, you can see I've now painted in some of this white. Now, Maud Lewis, her colors are very flat, solid colors, right? If we look at this painting, there isn't this variation in the snow that we see here. Now, the question I pose to you is, does that bother you? Do you want it to be more solid? If you want it to be more solid, then you can go over top of some of these areas. If, however, you like a little bit more variation, then you can leave it like that, right? It's kind of up to you how you want to approach these paintings. I'm just sort of show you a little bit of the techniques, and then you can go off and work on them as you like. So, let's see. I think, however, I am going to add a little bit more white into some of these areas here. And this one's got a little bit more blue in it, which I don't mind. Okay. So I just kind of did a little second layer of paint on here, not too thick. Again, I personally want to keep some of this light shining through. I can always do more white and touch it up later on, but I think this is going to work really well for my purposes anyway. Now, while I'm here and I've got this paint still on my brush, I am going to paint in these areas here, which are like this blue diluted with some white. Okay, so these are the shadows. And let's put this in here. We got one there. Okay, let's do this again. So I want this a little bit of a cleaner edge here. And now these paints are starting to mix a bit. And they're not happy with me, so that's okay. I'll come back and do a little bit more of that later on. I can do a second coat of that. Where else? We've got a little bit of blue around some of these edges, so let's do that as well while we're right here. Okay. Yikes. The paintbrush just jumped right out of my fingers. Okay. So I'm just going to carry this right through here. It's a bit of a lazy way of doing it, but let me see, maybe there's a little bit more sneaks in behind there. Just going to paint. There's this shadow from this village up in the background here. Okay. And do I need anything else on here? I mean, oops, you can see here I've got my handprint right there on the bottom. Okay. So I will be doing a little touching up down here after all, maybe towards the end. Okay. Well, that gives me an opportunity to once I've got this color down, the next one on top can even be more bright, more saturated. A little bit of white here. I'll just take my finger and touch that up a bit. A little bit of finger painting here. That's fun, isn't it? Okay. I was so inspired by painting with my daughter. Doing a little finger painting. Okay, so let's do a few more colors. Now that I've got this paint on my brush, I can also mix some of the greens for the trees. So if we look at her painting here, we've got a few different kinds of green. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix some cool green in here, because you get this really nice lemon emerald green. So basically I took the cool yellow and the cool blue, and there was a little bit of white in there. I'm going to take this and we'll paint this. I'm going to just put this down first. Make a good triangle. Okay. And then I'm just going to kind of add these little dashes. Just like that. Okay, let's do another one. Maybe let's jump over to this side here. So I'm going to put another one here. this one's going to be in front, so I'm just going to... There's one there. Let's do another one right here. What I'm really excited is to see all of these paintings as you guys submit them later on through the Facebook group or Instagram, Twitter, email, etc. And see what sort of decisions that you guys made in your paintings. Okay. Shells headers looks like a little tiny tree kind of trying to poke through here, so I'll put a little bit of that in. Okay. And then we've got similar kind of things going on in the background. Oh, you know what I just noticed? I think I should have painted more that whole area white. So let's just... This I should have noticed earlier, but hey, I'm just going to paint right up to these houses. You know, as I said, there's, you know, let's just paint this whole thing. I was going to say there's a simpler way of doing it, and it's like, let's just do the simpler way of doing it and be done with it. Overcomplicating everything. The reason why I didn't do this earlier is because I'm painting out those houses, and I imagine there's a few of you who all of a sudden start to panic because they're like, okay, well, that's great. Now I can't see my houses. I'm supposed to paint there. Now I'm really up the creek without a paddle. And I can understand that anxiety. I totally empathize with that. What I would say is, don't worry about it. You know, you did it once. You drew it out once. We can draw it again. And also, they don't have to be, there's no kind of exactly perfect right spot for them to be in anyway. So don't worry about getting it right or wrong or whatever. Hill could go up on this side. Make it a little bit asymmetrical. If this one goes down, maybe this side comes down and back up a bit here. I think that's, you know, in her original painting, she's got that too. So. Okay. I see. Okay, this one over here is now finally dry. It was taking forever to dry. So, just a quick little pit stop here. I'm going to add a little bit more paint onto this one. So I'm going to darken, or not darken necessarily, but I'm going to change, just add a little bit more green in here. So let's clean up a tad real quick. Okay, so I need a little bit more of the warm yellow. So I got my warm yellow and my warm blue again. And you could make a different color green if you wanted a little bit more of a candy color green. You could add that in there. I'm just going to kind of go a little bit for what the color she had. Add a little bit of white in there as well. Just add a little more white back in there. Okay, and just a little bit of water here. Okay, there we go. Let's just smush this around. See, now that I do this, I'm actually much happier with the color of the sky. So prior to putting this green color down, I was thinking to myself, well, I'm going to have to also paint the sky and make that a little bit brighter. But now that I see this, I feel much happier about the sky. Isn't that odd? So that's because this color was really influencing the way that I saw my sky. And it was basically impossible for me to separate the two because they're sitting side by side. And there is a name for that, which just at the moment escapes me. It's not color. No, not color interference. Maybe. I can't remember. Anyway, it's not important as long as you. This kind of thing. Well, it is. I guess it's an important kind of concept in painting, in that, which is why mixing colors or matching colors can be quite difficult. Is isolating one color from another to try to mix them is tricky because that's why there's a few tools you can get out there to help you identify and mix colors. One of the things that you can do, if I have, let's say, a piece of paper, let me just, I want to show this here. So. Make sure my audio, hello, test. Start moving audio stuff around. That's when things get dangerous. Okay. One of the things, just that's going to take a second to dry. I'm just going to take, this is a 3-hole punch. And let's say I take this 3-hole punch and just cut out a little bit. You can do this with a white piece of paper, black piece of paper. And if I cut that out, it can be helpful to isolate that color against, so that I can get maybe a little bit truer. So if I hold this over top of a photograph, right now all I see is this color rather than the other colors around it. Right? There are some devices out there that I've seen people, you can build your own. I've been thinking about even building my own and showing a demo on how to do that for people if that's something people are interested in, like a color picker matching tool. Just because it can be really hard to isolate one color from another when you're trying to mix them. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Michael, just paint. Okay. So, while that one's still drying again, I've put another layer of paint on it. Let's get back to this. And this. So, things like this, that could drive you absolutely nuts, right? But we're going to paint over all of that, so we don't have to worry about it at all. I'm going to paint a little more of this green up here in a second. But what I want to do next is put a little bit of some of this striping in the sky. So I'm going to take a little brush. This time I'm going to use, I'm going to make a cool orange. Right? So I'm going to take some of this cool red, get that on my brush. And I'm going to take some cool red. Now, again, this is not the color that she would have used. She wasn't using warm and cool colors and all those kind of things. But, yeah, okay, let's see how well this works on this color. It's going to be almost imperceptibly different than the original one that we put down, but... Okay, so that's a little bit too... This needs to be a little bit darker red. So we'll mix a little bit more. So just painting these little stripes and things in the sky. You know, this little, I've kind of jumbled a bit here, but I'm just going to put a tree branch right over there later on. You'll never know that I kind of jumbled it up. That's the fun thing with this kind of thing. Make a mistake. Oh, I think there's going to be some leaves right there. So right now this is all very subtle, these stripes. Which is great because it's always easier to have a little bit of subtlety and then to darken them as you go if you like. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm just going to add a little bit, another layer that's a little bit darker, or just a little bit more red. Taking the cool red. Just going to go over a few of these stripes. So there's going to be this hill here. So you put in as much as you want here. Maybe I'll kind of turn this into... Oops, back that up. Okay. I'm also going to put a little bit of this into the water and behind. This kind of thing could be a final addition later on afterwards. A little bit of like that can't hurt. Okay, so just clean a few of these brushes here. So we're actually, with this one anyway, maybe 30 minutes from being done. It's all of the kind of the plotting in of these big areas of color, and then at this point we're getting into the details. So, which depending on how long you want to spend on details, you can go fast or slow. Sometimes, you know, I like spending time on the details. Like, I find this is fun, but I like to kind of get this process done as quickly as possible and then spend most of my time fiddling around with little tiny details. Okay, that's good. Now brush is nice and clean. What should we do next? Let's paint. Is this about dry? I'm going to mix this same green here. Maybe a little bit more yellow. Let's get... Okay, so I'm just going to do the same green that I had here. A little bit of white back into it. A little bit more yellow. Okay. I mean, I could just go right through here. I'll just do that. I was just kind of trying to preserve... Yeah, it doesn't matter. If I was being a little bit more careful, I'd like to keep it separate, but... It's going to be a pretty dark brown that goes over top of that, so... So I'm having to kind of make a little bit of adjustments just because of the way I painted that sky, and use this as an opportunity. There's a few little things in there that I missed, but one thing is, if you've ever tried painting with house paints, they are quite fun to paint with because they spread really nice and fluidly and easily onto surfaces. So in that sense, they're really enjoyable to use because you can get some paint on your brush, and it doesn't thin in the same way that our paints are. Having said that, so because the natural question would be like, well, then why not just paint with house paints? Why go to, you know, house paints are much cheaper. You can get a big giant gallon of it for, you know, $20, and it would last you for dozens and dozens of paintings. I'm just mixing a little bit of a darker version of the same green here. I'm going to put this in right below. So why would you not want to paint with house paint all the time if it's such a kind of pleasant thing to paint with? Good question. And the answer is, well, it's not intended for making paintings in your house. It's intended for painting barns and decks and houses and cars, or not, well, not cars, but maybe a handmade toy car or something. It's generally, you know, it's super durable paint intended to be like held, you know, by people in their hands or to be worn by the weather. So it, whereas most paintings are generally, you don't want people holding them and touching them and getting their greasy fingers all over. It would, if you were going to paint, let's say, a mural, for instance, a mural, which I've done a few times, you would want to paint with house paint. First of all, because it's so much cheaper, you can cover a lot more ground. But if people are going to be touching it or, you know, splashing their drinks accidentally on it or trying to graffiti on it, then using house paint works really, really well for that purpose. Okay, let's continue along here. Okay, let's paint some of these trees down here. We'll do the same thing. Isn't it fun to paint trees like this? And to just not worry about painting them the right way, so-called right way. So this is where things get a little bit tricky, because if I was painting with house paint, I wouldn't have to worry about this layer, this tree over here. I could just paint right over top with that same green. It would cover it completely. I might even do just that. I'm gonna put this other tree here. So I'm going to go back over some of these trees later on. Let's mix this color again. Don't forget a little bit of white in there. Okay. this tree go right off the edge of the page here. Okay. Now, I'm going to paint a few trees in behind. Or should I paint the houses first? You know what? I'm going to paint those red houses right now. So I'm going to take my cool red because they're in the background. So I'm going to take this cool red right out of the tube. I don't think I need to make any changes to it. And I'll show you how I'll do this. So let's say we got one right here. I'll paint because, you know, let's say I can't see the pencil lines anymore potentially. So I'm going to draw this kind of house shape as we would in, like, you know, as a child might, right? So to do that, and then I'm just going to add a little box to its side like that. Okay. Let's do one on this side. We'll do the same thing, but slightly different. That box will be going towards the left. Okay, and then this one. This box go onto this side. Okay, I've got this church here. I'm going to paint like a arrow pointing up, like that. Oops, just got some paint all over there. Oh, that brush still got paint on it. I just got paint. I often get paint all over my hands like this. Okay. Okay. And then one more house here. And depending on how you've done this, if you run out of room and you can only do 3 houses, or you've got extra room and you want to add an extra house there, by all means, go right ahead. You don't have to replicate this painting exactly. Okay. And then I guess there is the steep of this church here. I'm just going to build that up a little bit higher. Okay. Great. That makes me quite happy. I'm going to do some of the trees here in a moment. I'm going to let that red dry, however, first. So I think what I'm going to do now is start mixing a brown. To see these, so these brushes, which I bought for $10 2 months ago, back in September. 3 months ago, yes, almost. are starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. You know, the ferrule, which is the metal part here. So I don't, you know, these things are coming off, right? Which is not ideal, but you know, I got 20 brushes basically for 20 bucks. I bought 2 different sets of brushes, and they are approaching the end of their lifetime. Depending, I mean, I have no problem if they pop off, sticking them right back on. I mean, I do, however, have some paintbrushes over here that look virtually identical to these, and yet cost, like, some of them are like $5 or $6 each, and some of them are $20 each. And you'd say, well, why would anybody pay $20 for a paintbrush like this when this one costs, you know, $1, right? And it's because one is going to last for 10 years and one is going to last for 10 paintings, or for, in this case, what, 40 paintings. Deborah says the native artist Alex Janvier painted the dome and the ceiling of the Museum of Canadian History only using house paint. It's amazing. My husband used to work at the museum while it was in its last stages of construction. He actually helped Janvier with the cans, LOL. The artist stood on scaffolding to do the job. It was years ago, but I think it was Alex Janvier has a studio up in Cold Lake, northern Alberta, where I visited when I was doing a project where I got to fly around in fighter planes, and visited him in his studio up there. I think it was Alex Janvier was at the studio there, right? Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, great artist. Oh my goodness. And that's a monumental image. I think Alex Janvier also did I haven't seen it in person, but it did a kind of tile motif on the inside the new hockey rink in Edmonton, which is from the images I've seen look really cool. Anyway, what's cool about Janvier and a number of Aboriginal artists in Canada is they often have not only just their studio, but like a little like gift shop adjacent to it. You can go and visit many of them. I mean, not just Aboriginal artists. There's lots of artists, white settler artists across Canada who have similar kind of setups. That would be ideally the goal. I think one of these days when we move from Vancouver or move to the island or the interior of British Columbia or whoever knows, that would be something I'd probably want to set up. But having a gift shop in our house I don't think my wife would be too happy with that. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Okay, let's paint these deer here, and this other one's almost dry, so I'll tackle that afterwards. So I'm going to paint, I'm going to mix a brown that I can use to paint the deer, and then I'll make it a little bit darker. We'll paint the trees and some of the ears and the hooves and the roofs, and then I'll go back and paint some of the green, and then we'll be pretty close to being done this painting at that point. Just gonna turn my little space heater on here for my feet. It's getting a little chilly in the house here. Okay. So, how do I mix a brown? Right? So, if I want to mix a warm brown, because I can mix a cool brown, but if I want to mix a warm brown, I'm going to use some warm yellow. I'm going to use warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. So there's 2 ways you can think of it. I can mix an orange and I can add blue to it, or I can make a green and add red to it, and I'll get a brown. All right? Basically, you're just mixing 3 colors together, a red, yellow, and a blue, and you're going to get a brown. But we can get different kinds of brown based on the choices of which yellow, which red, and which blue we use to create that mixture. So in this case, we want a warm brown because these deer are in the foreground, right? So we want as warm of a brown as possible. So I'm going to take my warm red. I'm going to take my yellow. We're going to mix an orange here. So you can see I want a little bit more of a yellowy kind of one here. So we've got kind of an orange. And then I'm just going to take a little hint of the blue. Right? Not too much, because it's going to change that color quickly. Right? And there we go. We start getting this brown. Right? If I kind of move it to the side, you can see what that results in. So we got this. That works great. But let's add a little bit of white to it. Okay. Now, if you're looking at this and you think, okay, that's great, but this is like too red. Let's take a little bit more blue. A little bit dark, hey? So a little bit of white. And I think that's pretty close. We could keep mixing here to get even more. But I think, hopefully it shows up on your screen. So you can see the brown was sort of going in a few different areas. I want a more reddish brown, and I want more red. If I want a little bit more, like I should be showing this view, right? So what I'm mixing is the body of those deer, right? And the ears are much more like reddish of a brown. The body, however, has got more of a greenish kind of quality, right? So if anything, I'm just gonna add a touch more blue to it. Okay, there's quite a lot of mixing going on here. Now let's start painting this in here. Just going to paint over the whole thing. Now I've kind of made this a pretty wide deer. A little bit more turned towards me than maybe hers were. So I can always fix that up later on. If I wanted to change it, I could paint over some of this with some white. And kind of clean it up. I just want kind of the simplest way of doing this possible. So we're going to draw one leg down here. We'll get another one. I think her legs are a little bit longer than mine, so I'm just going to extend it a bit. And I think I am going to come back here afterwards and put a little bit of white and kind of clean that up. Because otherwise they're going to be a little bit too wide. So I did that. I also think I need to make them longer. said, I'm going to go here and add some white here in a second. Oh, I'll wait for that to dry before I do that. And I'm also going to come do that for the head up here too. I've never painted a deer before, so it's first time for everything, right? Okay, so I got that. That brown is pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is I want to do this same thing again. Where's my... Or I have this color up here that I mixed, right? I'm going to add way more blue to it. This time I'm also going to add a little more red to it. So we have a much darker brown. So that's too much. Well, this is going to be much... Let's add more red. Oops, my big head's in the way. Okay. So I like this. If I want it to be even darker, I could add a little bit of the cool blue in here. But let's just see, before we do that, what the results are. But it's always kind of, before you leap off the deep end here. So that works, but I think I could make it a little bit darker. So I'm going to take a little bit of cool blue, rub this in here. Even a little bit of cool red in here. All those things are just going to start darkening that, and that's going to make it more darker and darker. If you really wanted to go much darker, see here, that works really nice. She obviously did a much better version of these deer ears than I did. She's also got them on the feet. Oops, I'm going to clean all that up with white afterwards anyway, but... Now, if you find you're not happy and you do want it to get darker, then you could add a little bit of black to it. This is the kind of quick and dirty way of darkening a color, obviously. Let's get this tail. I'm going to come in and put some white after I finish cleaning all this up. I'm going to do a little cleaning in here. But now that I've got this, I'm going to start painting the roofs of these houses. Maybe I'm going to switch to a little bit smaller detail brush to do this kind of stuff. Now I'm going to, you know what, I should have do that green first and then clean it up this way. I think I will do that. I'm going to pause on that. I'll do these antlers. I didn't even notice that going on. We'll be doing lots of... Oh, and that's too wide. But that's okay. You can see she was much more observant about some of these details than I am, right? Okay, let's get this big tree in here. How do I want this one to go? I think I'm going to put mine... I'm going to put it in behind some of these other trees here. So I'm just going to... you know, let's paint right over it. What's the easiest course of action, Michael? Let's take that. Oops, my big head there, sorry. Anyone ever seen that film, So I Married an Axe Murderer? Kind of a forgotten Mike Myers movie from the mid-1990s, I think I'd say. Pretty forgettable film, but I think the only thing that kind of rings a bell is that there's like a scene where the family's sitting in a living room and they're talking or watching TV or something. One of the grandfather keeps yelling at the kids, like, he just calls the children, Head, move out of the way of the TV. I always think about that when I'm doing these lessons and I look up at the screen and all there is just my big head in the way. Obviously with a tree, you want it to taper ever so slightly so that it gets wider towards the base. If you're not able to do that, that's fine. Just as long if it's going to be, it can be straight, one thickness all the way up top and bottom, or it can taper so it gets wider at the base. It just looks a little bit odd if it gets wider as it grows higher, right? I know it sounds totally obvious and straightforward, but it's not uncommon to see, you know, when you get into the act of painting, sometimes it can be hard to remember how, you know, the world actually works, and we find ourselves sometimes painting things that are physically impossible. And okay. Got those couple of trees in. Okay. So I think right now might be a good time for me to do a little bit, because really what I'm about to do is I'm going to put in, all I have left to do is put the trees in the background, finish the roofs, and then put the branches on, and maybe some little footsteps down here. So I'm actually pretty close to being done this painting. So what I want to do now, especially before I put those branches in, is I want to do any kind of touching up or cleaning with the white, so that really those branches will be the very, very last detail. Because then it's going to get quite complicated with a bunch of like little things all over the place. So let's I'm going to put in, let's mix, I'll paint these trees in first. Let's do that. So some of this paint is starting to seize up and dry up a little bit, so it's always sort of a good kind of sign. Okay, if that means I've been painting for a couple of hours, or start thinking about wrapping her up, Michael. Okay, so I'm gonna paint some of these trees in behind these houses. Again, don't worry if you go over top of the roofs. I'm gonna paint that in again later on. So this is why I stopped painting the roofs to these houses early on in this process, because I was like, oh, you know what, that's going to be too much of a pain to try to paint around it, so I'm going to do that second. You see how it kind of just, it's now kind of going into the house, and it does sort of, it was kind of a little bit weird. That's okay. It'll all make sense as we go around. Now this church steeple, I think I might come in and do that again after. We'll do that afterwards. That might be one of the final things. So I'm just gonna cover that up. just going to go down here if I need to do any more touching up onto these trees down here. I want to cover up if there were some of these blue lines from the water that was there that I didn't like. An extra chance to kind of just clean that up a bit. Okay. And anything else? I'm going to touch this up in the sky. Cool. This definitely, you know, if it's not obvious by now, I'm going about this in a much different manner than she would have, right? Different materials we're working at, different process from beginning to end. Oops, that's still some wet brown there, eh? Wet brown there, eh? There's a little bit of my Canadian accent popping through. Oh, geez. Got a little bit brown in the green, eh? Okay. So now I'm just going to mix a darker green. We'll get some of these trees back there. Oops. So I'm just going to do the same thing that I was doing before. So I'm just going to layer this over top of some of these other trees. You want to create, you know, with trees too, a little bit of variety. So you don't want to do them all the same height or same spacing. Sometimes you want them all jumbled up together, and sometimes you want, like, so maybe I'll put this one here, a little bit of a shorter one. Let's skip a few. Otherwise it starts to look like a pattern, which is not, there's nothing wrong with patterns, obviously. But you know, you want a little bit more variety and to kind of feel a little bit more spontaneous and how can I complicate this? Maybe I'll put another one right here. Okay. Well, I got this paint on my brush. I can just go around and touch this up, and it's a little bit of a darker one, so it's maybe not exactly how she would have done it, but hers are kind of these flat shapes, but it's kind of fun, I think, just to add a little bit more variety. In this case, these are going to be in behind, so okay. Anything more that needs to be done in this aspect of things? I don't think so. So let's clean these brushes off. So this one that just keeps popping off, driving me crazy, so. Bite, and there we go, nice and secure again. To save myself another couple dollars for buying another cheap brush. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to touch up a little bit down here. We'll put the branches in, or the, so. It's going to take a bit of warm yellow. I'm going to paint this in over top of some of this area down here. So this is kind of like the reflections in the sky, but this time it's a different yellow. This is the warm yellow. Very subtle little effect. I like how that works because we want this water to appear closer than the sky. Almost, you know, negligible kind of result, but that's good. Maybe that was a little, need a little bit of orange. There we go. It was a little bit, because I had that white that I painted over. That works better. Integrates it better. Okay. I want to add some white now. So let's look at these ears. This allows me to clean up any kind of messiness. I'm going to paint these leaves or the branches over here in a second, so I don't have to worry about making any mistakes on top of that brown, because I'm going to clean it up again afterwards. This is one of these things, it's just like how much touching up do you really need to do? Does it make any difference? Not really. In fact, I don't even know why I'm doing this, but just I get into the once I'm into painting and I'm painting, it's almost like I don't want to go back to life outside of this anymore. I just want to keep playing around in the sandbox. Okay. Okay, let's put these tails in here. Anything else needs to be done besides the roof and everything? Oh, pretty good. You can see as these episodes go, I become more and more of a perfectionist, which is probably not surprising because, you know, the first few were just getting our sea legs, and then you're out there and you're sailing around and you're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna make this as good as possible. Instead of just being a student work that's just gonna go and possibly into the garbage afterwards because we're just learning and I'm not so happy with it. Hey, I'm kind of pumped with the way this turned out. Maybe why don't I just keep on going and let's make it something super special. Well, good night, Deborah. Thanks for painting along with us. I see you're signing off. Lori asks, did you add more white to the background trees to desaturate and push it back? I probably just did instinctively a little bit, because the more white you're going to put in, or actually technically the more gray and or white that you put in there is going to help desaturate the color, and the more desaturated that color is, the more it's going to go push backwards. But because of the way that Maud Lewis paints, there's not really so much of that happening. I don't think she was even really aware of that, or even really could care less, to be frank, about any of that. But in terms of the way that we're painting, I probably did add a little bit more white than I had up here. But I wouldn't say it's gonna make or break the painting. Let's put the roof of these houses in and start doing the branches. So we're gonna mix up a bunch of paint here. So we're gonna need a lot of brown. Okay, so mix up this brown. Right now we've got a very reddish brown. Let's put some blue in here. This paint is pretty dry already. Okay, I'm just going to add a little bit of black in there. Not too much. I don't want it to be pure black. I'm going to put some cool blue in there too. Nice. I like that. Okay. Lots of it mixed up. Let's do some detail work on these houses. I'm just going to go back over top of these lines. Wow, I didn't even, I haven't been paying attention to the clock. Okay. Time is going on, isn't it? My goodness. Now she left a little bit of, we can always paint some snow onto these roofs afterwards. That might be a little fun touch to put on. You could even put that snow on the tree branches too, which might be a little much, but you can do it. Oh, we got windows, doors. See, I find this kind of stuff the most fun, because this is where you start to imagine, like, oh, why does this guy have 2 doors on that side? One guy's only got 1 door. Maybe is it because he's subletting? He's divided the property up into, so there's 2 people living in there. You know, like, I don't know. I find this kind of some of the most fun parts of the painting. Well, that door is pretty big. Yeah, it's a big barn door or something. Something funny with these ears on here. You know, Maud Lewis painted better deer than I did, clearly. Whoa. Okay, so fun time. Now to paint these branches, I like to kind of start from one side, or from the tip, and then move back towards the trunk. And I like to start a few of these before I start putting my branches in. I'm not even going to bother really looking at the screen at this point. I can't really see how it could be too helpful. One thing is, try to have the branches kind of staggered, so they're not kind of, you know, there's a little bit of asymmetry to painting trees or branches and so, depending on your temperament, this is a really fun, relaxing way to spend your time painting these little branches. Or like, super annoying, slow. Extend this tree. Or this branch, I mean. Okay. Let's do this one over here. Now she could probably just open up her front door and see these exact trees, or look out her window, and it's actually it is really fun to study a tree and to see if you can kind of capture the particular kind of way the branches are, and kind of and don't be afraid to let the branches sort of get confused with one another and kind of wrap around, like appear to kind of overlap and get tangled up. And that's what branches do, right? Trees, they grow in all sorts of different directions, and I remember, this is maybe, God, too long ago, but when I was applying to art school in my teens, I did a painting. I went and got some book on how to paint from the library, and it's step by step how to paint like a tree against a silhouetted sky, similar to this, but much more simple. It was like just a gray sky and a black tree, and because I needed to make more stuff to fill out that portfolio, and I found it like I was just like blown away by the results. Up close it kind of fell apart a little bit, but but most people, again, are never going to look at it that closely. So when you stood back, it just all fit together, and all these branches are just sort of going in random directions, just like this. But that really blew my mind, like that, how kind of relatively easy it is to pull off a cool looking tree. So again, I'm not really looking at her painting at this point for any of this information. I'm sure later on somebody will tell me that's exactly why it turned out so poorly or something, but alas, such is the world of YouTube. If you find anything we're doing helpful, I would love to, if you could share or like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you want to leave a small or large donation, there's a PayPal link in the video description below. You can also, if you want to send a check or money order or e-transfer, you can contact me through my Facebook page, and I'll give you an email address you can use. There's the Facebook group, which many of you belong to already, but again, if you're new to the channel and you're thinking about doing more of these classes and you want to meet some like-minded people who have been going through this journey just like you, you can join the group and share your images, talk about your experiences. I think it's super cool to see how supportive everyone is in that group. And again, I'm keeping it, private and limited. So don't bother inviting your grandmother who doesn't have a computer and isn't interested in painting. It's probably not gonna, well, she probably wouldn't have Facebook anyway. But yeah. So right now, you can see I'm being quite timid around these houses, and because I don't want to overlap them. But I think what I need to just do is just be a little more bold and just go right at it, just like this. Now that I'm a little frustrated because if I was thinking a little bit more ahead of time, I would have made the roofs of these houses a darker color. Or, sorry, a different brown. Probably actually a lighter color, sorry. So that these branches wouldn't get confused with that, but that ship has come and gone, so that would be something I would do differently in the future. You could see she painted right around things. Like she's got that one branch that kind of curves up and around. That's a really nice touch. Okay. We could keep on going on this, but I still have that other one I was planning on finishing. Okay, I got little footsteps I want to do here. Clean up that. Oh, this church steeple. So let's clean up some here. How does it look? Not bad. Okay. So let's get this same blue. Maybe I'll just, don't need such a big brush, do I? Alright, let's do this right here. So I'm just going over a little bit of touching up little aspects of the painting that I feel kind of needed a little bit of extra love. There's this little area in between these antlers that I missed. Okay. And then I'm going to put these little footsteps in here. It's interesting how she's kind of modified them a little bit. I like that. That's kind of a nice touch of hers. She does have a little bit of a dark line around there. Do I want to do that, include that or not? I don't know if it's as necessary. Steeple in here. Oh, that was sloppy, Michael. Okay, let's just wipe that off. Start it again. Sometimes you just you're close to the end and you're just like, let's just splatter some paint on here and call it a day. But what I was trying to do is put on a lot of paint all at once. Because it's not dark enough, so. think that's what that is supposed to be. On there. Just put a little more white on these tails. Okay. So I think I can... I'd be pretty happy walking away from this painting at this stage. I think I'm just going to take a little second to take a look at this other one and see what I can do here in a shorter amount of time. Okay. So you can see my cat has disappeared. What happened to the cat? I was pretty sure there was a cat there. Well, I could just eyeball it and start painting. If I'm a little bit more timid, I could draw it back again. So if I want to, yeah, I can't see anything left there. Oh, here's an ear. Here's another ear. Okay, let's see it again. I'm just gonna, since I'm running way over on my time, I'll just paint away here. Oops, it'd be probably helpful for you to see what I'm doing, isn't it? So remember those shapes that I painted originally on here? I'll probably go another coat of white over top of this. It looks maybe fine right now, but when I start, but when this paint dries, it's gonna be less opaque than it is right now, more transparent. So I did those shapes, and then now I can kind of connect the two because they're now, I deliberately also made this body a little bit shorter than my original, just because I think I want to try to fit these legs or the tail in a little bit differently than her painting. She made many versions of these cats. I think partly by function of just how popular she was becoming, she just had to kind of like make a lot of art very quickly. So okay, so I'm just going to go around the painting with these little, her fur. This. Just let all that dry. There's no point in continue working on that for a few minutes. Let's get some. I'll even save the whiskers here for a few minutes as well. Let's get the branches in. Okay, so I'm going to mix this brown. Need a little more red. And I'm going to take a bit of this cool yellow. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. I just need more paint on here. There we go. Just not enough, and it's going to drive me nuts. Okay. Let's get a smaller brush. Paint this out. Ay, 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 Michael. Getting sloppy here in here. Okay, so we're gonna paint the these diagonals here. I guess mine are a little bit more, not quite as dark as hers, but and I'm going to taper this. Okay, let's go to another brush. Okay, keep these brushes from drying out. I guess this brush I was using is thinner after. Okay, so we'll just go with this one. I'm not really concerned where these branches begin and end. Okay. Any things that I do that I'm not happy with, I can always adjust later on. I can cover them with leaves or flowers. So I can just leave that to dry, I think. Do I need to, just before I wash these brushes, just want to see if there's any little areas just like this. Okay. I see a lot of people are going for dinner. Good idea. I'm just going to keep on painting and finish this. And you can jump to the end later if you like, obviously. I'm still impressed. There's people still watching and following along. Probably people on the West Coast here, right? Unless, I think the East Coast people, it's starting to get kind of late on your side of the world. I totally understand. Okay, what should we do next? Let's take some black. This will be the first time we've used black on its own, I think, maybe ever in this course, right? So I'm going to take this black. Let's outline this ear. I just noticed these ears are a little bit more gray. That's okay. We can do that as we go a little bit further down the line here. I think they're going to be a little bit longer ears than hers, but that's, again, totally fine. So we got this tail. Let's say this tail's going to go under here. This cat's going to have a big, long tail. Okay. I think next we'll do some flowers. Let's see. I'm going to put some warm red on my palette. Again, all of these, my drawings have kind of disappeared underneath the paint, but I think it was just for me. I mean, for me, it's not as much of a problem. I can understand maybe why a few of you would panic a little bit without being able to see where some of these lines go, but especially if you've got like your printout handy. Like if you've got your printout, you can kind of be like, okay, kind of go around here, and the next row would be a little bit below, and okay. Those ones. Maybe we'll add a little bit of white here. Just do a little bit of that over to there. Okay. And maybe while we're right here, we'll just do a few that are this color. Let's see. Pink one. Maybe let's do another pink one here. Okay, let's add a little bit of blue to this mixture. Get a bit more of a purpley quality. I'm just going to add a little white to that. Okay. And then we need, I think, like this yellow. I feel like these yellow, well, I just don't. See. Yeah, it's not. I got too much brown going on. I think actually let's make this a cool yellow. Yo. Whoa. tubes falling all over the place. Okay. So I'm just taking, I got some cool yellow. Add a little white to it. And then I'll scrub this into, just to warm it up a little bit. Okay. I'll let those dry before I do anything more to it. Let's get these eyes on the cat next. So I'm going to take this green. Might be a little intense, so what if we just mix it in here? The color we just had. Okay. Just got that dark green for the stems and the leaves. So to get that, I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm going to take some of this cool yellow and blue here. So I'm kind of just using a bunch of the extra paint I have on my canvas here, or my palette. But this is just warm blue, cool yellow, and a little bit of cool blue. I'm not so concerned about using cool colors in the foreground because I've got all of this warm yellow that I started with. So that is nice and like it can stay there without having to worry about darken or warming things up. So this is the kind of painting she could make like 2, 3, 4 of in one day, right? If she just had, I don't know if she had like a little assembly line process there. I don't think she would have, but I think if she, I mean, she wasn't a, you know, she was a pretty smart woman, right? So she, especially when, like, I don't think she wasn't a money-making machine, but she knew there was, like, quite a demand. So I think she was like, okay, well, if everybody wants these paintings, I can't make some of the more complicated paintings like we did earlier all the time. I'm going to have to figure a way of how can I make more paintings. Well, if I've got a composition that works, I can just kind of take it, repeat it, maybe change the colors of the flowers a little bit each time. I can rotate this or that and put this there, etc., and make it work. Okay. I'm gonna make some more paint down here. I need some more warm blue. Okay. Got a little nice mix going on here. Use a slightly smaller brush for this next step of these stems. Kind of like how some of these don't even touch the stems. That's kind of cool. Oh, there was a white one there too. Let's get... Is there another pink one there too? I didn't... How did I miss that? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should we do her, put her name in here? I think I will put her name on there. So I'll leave a little bit of room. Forgot to sign her name on the previous one there as well. Nope, that's gonna make things tricky. So we'll just try to erase that ASAP. Ugh. Okay. Maybe I'll sign her name at the very, very, very end there, which makes some sense, right? Okay. Let's put in a whole bunch of little dots there up in the sky for the flowers. She's doing all these little dots. I'm just going to kind of speed up that process a bit because they kind of overlap in a bunch of different places, right? So we can do that. I have like a big blob of them in a few places. And again, obviously, I am changing the composition a little bit just to suit my needs as I'm working on this. And oops. white has got a few other colors in there. Where does the time go? I can't believe. Oh well. Once I get to this point, I'm just like, I just want to see it through. I just want to like keep painting until it's done. Okay. While all that's drying, I'm gonna clean some brushes. Let's, I'm going to sign her name in here right now while I wait for a few other things on this painting to dry. It is a little weird signing somebody else's paint. This feels like we get into the area of a forgery or something, but I also want it to be clear whose painting this is, who created this cool painting. Gotta sign the other one too. We'll do that in a second. I think the S is the most difficult of all the letters to paint. Okay. Maybe while I'm right here, I'm just going to extend. This. Okay. Cool. What else do I gotta do on... Oh, I was gonna... Let me just quickly, while I've got a bunch of paint drying there, let's sign this one. Ugh. Okay. Okay. feel pretty good about, right? That's good. While this is still drying, I'm just going to dab off some of this excess paint to speed up the drying process. Okay, so I forgot I had these whiskers I wanted to do too. They appear to be almost coming out of the eyes. It's a little odd, but such as it is. Okay. Let's get that nose. Oops. I'm just going to take some yellow and red, mix them together, add a little bit of white. Using much too big of a brush for this. And then I made the mouth a little bit bigger, but if I want, I could reduce that a little bit. Okay. In fact, let's just, I am gonna mix a bit of a gray for the ears. Took some black and white. Let's add just a little bit of red in there to, it's not just pure, that's going to be pretty dark. Okay. Oops. Thank you for letting me know, May, about the audio. I guess that stopped probably 10-15 minutes ago. I was so into the painting process that I just totally fluffed on that, didn't I? Okay. I feel like these little flowers there need to be a little bit happier. Just going with a little bit of cool yellow. Just a little bit bright yellow. As it dries, it's going to get darker again, but just to brighten up some of these flowers in the foreground there. Okay, let's sign these and sign off. So, it's funny how I always get them upside down. That's just... far, and learning how we can kind of take some of the lessons that we've been applying for some of the more maybe complex, quote-unquote complex paintings, like Renoir and Suzanne Valadon and Van Gogh, and applying them towards an artist like this, who painted in a much more straightforward way, and seeing if we can apply those lessons to this. And I think it turned out quite well. I think I could have painted them faster if I was using house paint, but this is not really the purpose of why I chose these artists. It wasn't about like replicating their technique so much as using their imagery as inspiration for our paintings. Anyway, it could go on and on. I'm sure everyone else here is interested in returning to their own families and such. So I will bid all of you adieu. If you liked this video, you found this helpful, I would love to see the results of your artwork. Please send them to me via some of the links down below: Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, so forth. If you want to contribute a small donation, the link to PayPal's there below as well. Or if you want to send me an e-transfer or a check, I will send you details if you send me a private Facebook message on how to do that. Yeah, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends. It would be great for more and more people to know how to do paintings like this and celebrate this fantastic Canadian icon. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you in just a couple of days. We're going to be doing a Bob Ross painting, which is that's going to be a lot of fun. I've made it for a New Year's Eve project, so if you wanted to have a glass of wine while you're working and to allow it to get a little bit silly, I think we're going to have a little bit of fun. A little bit, we can be a little wilder than we've been painting so far. Okay, so until then, we will see you in a couple days, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you very, very soon. Bye-bye, everybody.